Well, hello there. And how are you on this fine Sunday? Welcome in. We are going to be changing up a little bit tonight. Hold on. Sorry, I just didn't want the camera to break. Yeah, changing up tonight. Normally, as previous weeks have gone, it's Dark Souls night tonight. I'm a little bit done with it, to be honest. I'm playing Elden Ring in my own time. I won't be streaming it. It is far too long to be streaming. Fucking screens, man. Bear with me. Even though they're two of the exact same screen, the monitors, they're like, for some reason, always out. There you go. That'll do. Yeah, so we're changing it up. Sunday nights now is going to be for Dragon Age, for at least the next sort of couple of months. We're doing Dragon Age Origins 2 and 3. And then we're going to be pushing through. After that, then I'll probably go back to Dark Souls, to be honest. Because I just want a good break. But yeah. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to be starting a completely new game. It doesn't really matter what we do in the first two, to a certain extent, because I've got a thing. It's I can't remember what it's called. Dragon Age Keep, I think it's called, something like that. And it basically allows you to choose your choices ready for Inquisition, because your saves don't transfer over because Inquisition was on the next gen. They did the same thing with Mass Effect. No, they didn't. They had an idea that they were going to do the same thing with Mass Effect 4, but then they changed it to a different galaxy, so it didn't really matter. Anyway. I've been quite interested as well, because I haven't actually paid attention to the talking or the cutscenes in this game for a very long time. Since I first played it.
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead, they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption.
Sorry, try to avoid that.
They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevail.
Bitches get burned. Some fucking Gimli level jumped out of. This is by far, if not the, one of the best fantasy worlds ever created.
It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten.
Bunch of bastards. gotten them.
We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. It may even be too late, for I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Okay. So let's create our character, shall we? I do quite like the elves. So I'm probably going to play... Annoyingly, I want to play one of every race. You know what I mean? One of every class throughout the series. But that would leave me with warrior in the third game. I'm not a massive fan of the warrior in the third game. Purely because the mages in the third game that you get aren't very good. If I play... Do I want to play as a dwarf? Guess I could play as a warrior in this game. And I could play mage in the next one, then a ranger in the third game. Rogue, sorry, in the third game. Dunno. Yeah, I play as a warrior in this game, I think. Do I want to play as a dwarf, though? Not really. What do each one do? Which benefits? 1 strength, 1 dexterity, 1 magic, 1 cunning. 1 strength, 1 dexterity, 2 constitution, chance to resist hostile magic. Ah, but they can wear the Legion of the Damned armor. Yeah, I think I'll play dwarf in this game. Hopefully it doesn't break, because that would fucking suck. I will just call him... I'll give him my streaming name, just so I can remember which game it's actually the streaming one. The last time I did a dwarf playthrough, the game broke, annoyingly. Right. Skin complexion, that's fine. Skin tone, tattoo. What tattoo do we like? I quite like that one. Hair? I feel like that'll do. Get a stubble in there. Is it not just like a dark? That'll do. See, I don't like that beard again now. I'm very fussy when it comes to creating a character. Especially in this game, because they look awful. Fuck it, I'll do. Right, okay, next. Right, so we're gonna go for warrior, aren't we? So up that. Oops, shit, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, fuck it. Coercion, warrior. Greater health and reduced penalty, yep. We're gonna go two-handed, or are we gonna go one-handed? I reckon we're gonna go two-handed, to be honest. Don't want pommel strike, mighty blow. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do casual.
Deep beneath the Frostback Mountains sits Orzammar, the larger of two known remaining dwarven cities in the world. Orzammar was once the seat of a major empire connected by tunnels called Deep Roads, which stretched thousands of miles. The city now stands alone, cut off from the rest of the dwarven ancestral lands by the Darkspawn incursion.
Okay.
Secure in Orzammar's impregnable construction, the dwarven noble houses continue their centuries-old power struggles. Assassination and blackmail are commonplace, but the appearance of honor is paramount. You are the second child of King Endrin of House Aidukan, the 9th Aidukan ruler elected by the Noble Assembly. You grew up in a world rife with political intrigue and have struggled against brothers and cousins for honor and prestige.
Greetings, my lord. You are dressed and ready. Excellent. I couldn't find the armor's matching dagger, but I scrounged up a rather fancy longsword. Do you wish to wear your shield to the noble's feast?
Right. Taking that out. So there's no voices in this, so I'll be reading it out as to everyone I choose. Right. Yes, let them see me as a warrior.
Of course, if every other noble has a shield and 3 swords, you'll feel awfully underdressed.
You, my friend, are
One
ridiculous.
can't take all this marching about and speech-making too seriously. Moving on to the business at hand. The king expects you to make an appearance at the feast, but there's no rush. The noble family heads will spend hours boring your father with petitions and petty grievances. Out and
my
about.
brothers?
I saw them on my way here, browsing the shops. As part of the celebrations, permits have been auctioned off to members of the merchant caste who wish to sell wares in the Diamond Quarter. Lord Harrowmont has also opened up the provings for young warriors to test their mettle before tomorrow's battle. Perhaps we should go show them what single combat is really all about. And by we, I mean you. I'll practice my cheering.
Lazy bastard.
Right.
Right. First of all, I need to turn down this game. It's very loud. Let's see how that goes. Right, let's rob everything. It does look alright for the age of the game. Do you know what I mean? It could look a lot older. Fuck, I've forgotten all the buttons. Right. Do I want a... Right, so battle axe is damage 3, armor penetration 3, strength modifier 1.0. 3. Oh. Maul is the one to use then. I mean, I don't know why there would be another conversation. Okay, cool. So these games, like the actual, so if you haven't played the Dragon Age series before, the games vary massively in terms of gameplay, all the way through.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Your Highness.
I snuck in. Pick up all this, get us some shit.
I'm sorry. I thought you were Prince Balin coming down the hall. Forgive me.
She's, it seems she's one of your brother Balin's newest, companions. Prince Balin is attending the feast.
Yes, of course. It was presumptuous of me to think that he would return to... I am sorry. I will show myself out with your leave, my lord. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be nice to her. I'll say that she can leave. Obviously taking that. That's going to annoy me, keep pressing the wrong button. Should have played this on PC, to be honest, but... increases monetary gain, of course. Yeah, so... the first game is very much like an old RPG. It's, you know, effectively like a point-and-click type game, whereby you sort of press attack and he continuously attacks, and then you choose an ability and then he continues to attack. Not quite turn-based, but close enough. The second game becomes effectively a hack and slash game. Just keep mashing buttons and hope that you win, basically. And the second game's world is terrible, awful world building in the second game. I still like it though. I like the story in the second game.
Your father has allowed the merchants to show their wares in the Diamond Quarter during these celebrations.
Oh, okay. And then the
Please, Master Volney.
the third one's completely open world, a mix of a bit of both, really.
By the enemies of House Volney. I write only what I find in the ancient records. Lord Iduken, your father loved my History of Iduken, Paragon King, Peacemaker. This worm has written a book that slanders my house.
Okay. That's a serious charge.
For what he has written of Paragon Volney. My work tells the stories of all those raised to paragons in the last 500 years, when the Assembly names a paragon. They form their own noble houses and are revered as living ancestors. But paragons start off as men. Volney was more than a man. Volney became a paragon by the narrowest margin in history. One vote. A vote mired in rumors of intimidation, intrigue, and outright bribery. The records of that vote are kept in the Shaperate and are a matter of fact. Not liking history doesn't make it any less true. You're taking
He
his
is
side.
right.
What if he published a book like this about your paragon Iduken? You would not say so if it was your excuse.
That fool has no idea how weak his house is or how low he sits in it. Shall I have him killed, my lord?
Well, historically, it has been prudent to eliminate a small threat before it becomes larger.
How do you want it done? Understood.
You've shown yourself more daring, and someday I hope to write of the...
Word has been sent.
Okay, cool.
You've shown House Iduken a friend to research, history, and the glory of our people.
Carry on with your work, Scholar.
Good.
Right, okay. That's one problem sorted. Let's move on. Merchant. No, he doesn't sell me anything.
Did you...
Okay.
But my lord, these are...
Do you sell anything?
My lord, you honor me by visiting my humble booth. May I show you...
Of course, good merchant. What pray thee sell? Right, no, shit. Oh, he sells noble clothing. That's not helpful to me.
Nothing beats a good set of steel cutlery.
Our trust follow, big brother. How surprising to run into you out among the common folk.
Especially since duty requires that you attend our King Father at the feast today. Have you so little respect for him to disregard his wishes on a day set aside for you?
Lord Harrowmont told me we wouldn't be needed for hours at least.
Silence! If I want the opinion of my siblings second, I will...
Oh, you're a prick.
Yes, Your Highness.
I speak to lower houses and castes as they should be spoken to. Now do as I say. Your lack of a sense of duty to
Keep
your
barking
house
orders, I'm sure I'll care someday.
I can't imagine why you're receiving a commission. I expect after tomorrow I'll spend much time apologizing to the heads of the noble houses for the deaths of their children under your incompetent command.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it, Trian?
As heir to the throne, it is my duty to impart wisdom and judgment upon those who need it. Now then, you, get to the feast.
Kiss my ass,
I
Trian.
advise you to watch that combat.
That was fun. Nothing like being talked down to by the next king. That it is.
Yes, ignore him, Gorham. He's a prick.
Look at this.
For you.
My
I'm a
lord, I
magic.
do. Nothing here.
Yes, yes,
Of
yes.
course.
Show me your ways. They are the same. I don't have enough for any
Nonsense.
helmets. Okay.
Your word reached me.
What about that? What have we here? Two handsome, strapping, noble lords. You both look so grand.
And isn't this the man of the hour, the king's son?
Who's your friend, my lord? Another noble from the honored house Iduken? Oh, then not a noble?
No, Telly, not a noble. Stone you're thick sometimes.
They're noble. A man takes his caste from his father, and these women hope to bear a noble lord's son. If one is successful, she's raised up to concubine in the noble house to care for her child. It provides new sword arms for the house, and many nobles look favorably on such women.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
I come to your chambers after the ceremony. I talked to him. He's looking for a woman. I'm Marty, and I know how to give my lord a night he'll remember.
Jesus.
Oh, my lord has his energy about him.
There will be no three to a bed if that's what you're thinking. We both require full experiences. If you think you can manage us both, though. This should prove most interesting. We will wait for you together, my lord, and show you the proper way to celebrate a princely commission.
Nice one. See you later. Okay. I've decided my dude's a thought. Okay, let's go. Ooh, shit. What did I just find? A leather helmet. Well, that looks stupid.
Invest in the next great trade.
Greetings, my lord.
Yes,
Get
yes,
you
yes.
there.
Yes, just so. Here's the thing. What? Sorry. So, Prince Trian had him thrown out. I don't know what offense he caused, but I had him beaten severely. Here,
That's it.
you do me much honor. I wish to bless the Lord,
Tree
Yes.
is.
if the assembly wills it.
Whispers indeed. It's a princely gift. Or the right one, depending on your view.
Thank you.
What?
Nice. I received a good dagger. Oh, a noble's dagger. Just literally nothing for me. Whatever, let's go.
My lord, are you heading to the proving arena? We have been charged with the task of escorting you to the proving grounds.
I clean forgot about that. The king decided you were not to travel through the commons unguarded.
Very well,
Will
if
you
it
be
pleases
leaving
my
now?
father. Yes. Okay, so we're going to go and fight in the proving grounds. So, just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip like the little cutscenes that are pointless. But like major cutscenes, I'll stay in.
Have you come to watch these brave warriors do battle in your honor? Your Highness.
Then honor him by doing as he says. My lord Iduken will fight in this proving.
Of course, it is well within your rights. Men and women of Orzammar, I give you the Lord Iduken himself.
Yeah, no problem at all, man. Hope you have a good day at work.
Are you ready for your first
Hey.
match?
Right, yes, yes, yes.
Honor me with this.
First,
Right. So this is the kind of like sort of combat it is basically.
shall be done.
Oh man.
The winner is Lord
Hey man, how's it going?
Iduken.
How's your tattoo?
That was quite a fight. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Yes.
Next, this Lord Iduken will fight Adal Helmi.
Honor and glory to your house, your highness.
First,
I'm gonna be a nice man in this game. Oh, there she is. And bonk. gonna do a load of these. I think he gets you a good weapon at the end.
This Lord Idukan will...
This is your education, child. Try to learn as you bleed.
First... Very well. No quarter shall be given.
Greetings. As he bonks him in the face, the guy just goes, greetings.
Well done. You have Brandon up. Are you ready to face him?
Ah, fuck it, let's go.
You fight well. I wish you glory today and glory tomorrow.
First, glory will be mine. As you say, I shall do it. I will not fail.
Bonk.
Very well.
Yeah, no, it looks good, man. It looks really good.
As you say. The winner is...
Yeah, it is. Of course it is.
Congratulate you vanquished every warrior of note in today's proving. Your...
Nice. Got a cool helmet that doesn't match my armor. Always good.
My lord. Your...
Oh, I can imagine it did.
Good day, Lord Idukan.
Lord Adugan. Right. Now we go to the feast. Oh, let's talk to this dude
My
first.
lord, many thanks for your willingness to hear me out, my lord. I wish to speak to you of a matter most urgent. There is a vote coming before the assembly next week. And a word
What,
from you will go a long
how
way
you
towards
find an
helping
Elden Ring?
our cause. The vote concerns the status of the so-called surface caste. Centuries ago, narrow-minded men declared that any dwarf who left, I seek only to remedy an injustice, to retie the bonds of anyone who can trace him. Please, agree to speak for this. When your father presents you to the noble house, you have merely to say that you feel our surface brothers should be returned their noble right. What to be...
Okay, cool. Sounds good to me.
You're a fool. Your mother would melt the stone if she knew what you just did. Lord Dace is playing you false. Go ahead, be his puppet. Your first command will be marked by every... Last spring, a guild from the merchant caste invested heavily in an expedition with a guild from the surface. Lord Dace backed the merchant guild, pouring a great deal of money into the venture. The expedition was a disaster. Lord Dace lost a great deal of money and prestige. The Surface Guild has no way to repay the investment, but it does have several leading members who are descended from noble houses. House Helmi, Bimo, Idukan. You begin to see your house and mine would be forced to pay the Surfacer's kin debts. It would be a great victory for Lord Dace. If you call his bluff, then you lose your chance to turn the tape. Smile and nod. And when he asks his... That should take Lord Dace down a peg.
Okay. Wish for more armor. Got literally just one set so far.
Will we really turn our back on our brothers in a potential
Yeah, I
fortune in
found...
flavor because of a political technicality?
Denial of the traditions of our people does not qualify as a political technicality. There is more to life than monetary gains, my lords Bimo and Mino.
Yes, Mike.
But look.
Yeah, I've got one full extra set. The Godfrey Knight set. The Godfrey Soldier set, sorry. And then I've got the chest piece of the Godfrey Knight, the gold dudes with the... not gold, sorry. The dudes with like the shields and the spears with the big helmets in the first area. I've got that chest piece. Got loads of different weapons though.
Who would pose a question to the prospective commander? Who seeks to know the prospect better?
I have a question. I seek to know the prospect better.
Lord Dace?
Yeah, no, tell me about it. I walk past my mirror and I'm like, shit, I need to lose weight.
Ladies, what does the Commander Prospect think is the proper place for these lost souls?
Are you satisfied, Lord Dace?
Yes.
Then if there are no other challenges, I give you Orzamar's next commander. Tomorrow, our newest commander will lead part of a mission to strike a great blow to the Darkspawn. Not only does this recover access to some of our
I've got
mines,
I found a merchant on the coast that sold a broadsword, so I got a broadsword. And then I've got
Thank you, King Endrin.
the
While the Darkspawn seem to withdraw,
shield
it
of
is
the
only
Godfrey
because there are masses
soldiers
on the surface. This could mean a blight,
and stuff
my
like
men
that.
and I will discover the truth.
We are honored to have you with us, my friend. Now, feast, drink, and celebrate, for the morning brings battle! As for you, my new commander, find your brother Trian and send him to me. He may be watching the provings, or getting some rest in his wounds. Walk.
So I tried out a few different ones. Let's
Your
talk
father,
Duncan.
Greeting. It is an honor to meet you at last. I have had
Yeah,
the opportunity to recently
I
meet
tried
your father.
Vagabond, I tried
He speaks
Samurai,
highly.
and I
He says you may be
tried
the most skilled
Prisoner.
warrior in all of House Iduka.
But I ended up going with the Vagabond. Just makes my life easier.
We need more great. Soon the fight must go beyond the deep roads, lest the Darkspawn threaten all the world. Alas, I do not think he would take kindly to that suggestion. As the child of the king and heir after Lord Trion, your place is here. Truly. Then I will speak to your father after tomorrow. Until then...
Okay, so... Hey, look, there's another Grey Warden. Oh yeah, let's talk to this bitch.
You're proud of yourself. That is the way the games of the Assembly, if you'll excuse.
Yeah, fuck you. Right, right, we need to go this way. Start with the Uchi. Have you found the twin blade? It's no worries, man. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Nice. Did you get caught by the transporting trap next to it, or close by?
So you are a commander? Shouldn't you be attending our King Father?
Interesting.
The world does not stop us. Now, do you have some purpose in bothering us? Of course he does. Balin, stay here and stroke the new commander's
All day I've put up with that. He can really grip. And what I'm going to tell you next won't make you any more fond of him.
Is that the place that you got transferred to?
Trian is... I never thought his much proclaimed...
Remember you telling me you got teleported to and you thought you'd ruin just to save?
Big brother, Trian is going to try to kill you.
Yeah, I got caught there as well. I just ran all the way around it, picked up all the pieces of the whatever it's called, the new Titanite shards, and then yeah, I ran out.
He was a commoner. That was an extraordinary case, but at least a half dozen times the Assembly named a lesser family member, or even someone from another house. Usually, it's the popular younger brother of an undesirable prince. You entered the provings held in your own honor just for... If you win glory against the Darkspawn tomorrow, Trian Fear's father, you know his pride will never allow him to step aside.
I'm afraid tomorrow's battle is the time to do it. I'll find out the rendezvous and buy you the time to do... I'm taking your place as father's second, so I'll be at hand tomorrow. For now, try to get some sleep.
Let's go. You don't...
But yeah, they battered me, that place. I died twice trying to get out.
Those caverns are still infested by the worst of the Darkspawn. We cannot risk our own troops in there.
Understood, Lord Haramont. We should be able to sense the Darkspawn and avoid them once the way is open.
May the Paragons favor you, and the stone catch you if you fall.
Come then! Glory awaits!
Balin, you and your men will second the king, clearing the main road.
Don't you think it looks a little cowardly to allow these humans to take our place where the fighting is thickest?
Are you questioning the battle?
Of course not.
Enough, Balin. Haramont and I need to have words with your sibling.
Good luck, my brother.
Your father has a...
In the eastern deep roads, there is a secret door carved into the stone.
The door leads to a tide, abandoned long ago by your ancestors. The Darkspawn have made it impossible to reach it.
We claim the shield, and glory will be yours.
We've sent 2 scouts. One of the scouts will meet you when you get to the duel questions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've done a couple of the side bosses. I've done Stone the Summing Troll in Lingard's tunnels. I've done the 2 bosses. Fuck's sake.
Shall be done.
The 2 bosses in one in the coastal cave, and then I've done the Beast Man or whatever his name is, the Beast something. All side bosses. I haven't actually fought any main boss yet. Yeah, so first thing you should do, right? Go to it's difficult to understand because it's basically a quest, and I've looked it up. There's a quest that there's this new thing called like armor adjustments, and it basically changes the look of your armor. It lowers the weight, but it also lowers some stuff, and I think there's like different ways you can adjust it.
Still, that was more than we expected. Once I finished scouting, I hid here to avoid
the way to do that is by killing the 2 bosses in one go.
Is swarming with those fiends. It's going to be a fight.
Oh, you've got that. If you've got the needle, so you've been in the coastal cave then.
I was indeed. Would that I had been good enough. May today's battles.
Because you have to get the needle off. You may have not fucked the quest, but done the quest differently to how I've done it. I don't know if you can go back and do it. But basically, there's this invisible guy on the road. And he's actually like a tree. You hit the tree, he turns into thingy. I found him by pure luck. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But when you talk to him after freeing him from the tree illusion, he's like, I wanted to be a seamstress, a seamster or whatever it is, just like his mother did. And he goes back to the coastal cave to try and get the sewing needle off these 2 bosses. And when you go to the coastal cave after rescuing him, he's lying there on the floor, and he said they came at him, rushed him, and then battered him. And then you go in, kill the 2 bosses, find the needle, give him the needle, and then he becomes a part of you, and you can then do adjustments and stuff. But I was looking it up to see if anyone has found if he has anything.
I'm with you.
Anything more, like in it to his quest, and apparently, if you keep talking. Like there's another thing, another like part of his quest, and once you finish that, he gives you those adjustments for free. So it's worth doing that quest, but I don't know if you can now. You've already got the needle. I'm not sure. Let's kill the Genlock one. It's the invisible guy, so if you go to you know the gate that you had to go through to get to the storm front or storm whatever the fucking place is called, the castles, before you go up to the castle. There's like a gate and there's like a ruins with loads of... Yeah, right. So you know the gate before Stormvale, and it leads to like this little canyon, and there's a giant like jumps down and there's loads of archers there. Yeah, right. Go from that one and go to the road backwards towards like a bridge, as if you're going south. And just before the bridge, on the left-hand side, there's like forest. Go towards that forest and you'll hear a guy going, "Look at me! Why doesn't anyone look at me?" And I was like, where the fuck is he? And then I got annoyed and started swinging. I hit this like little brown like bush, and it turned into him.
Or it could be an ambitious cousin out for his own glory.
Understood.
If you need help, by all means, like, stream the video on like Discord later, and I'll see if I can figure it out, or I'll go on it, figure out where it is, and then just send you a picture of where it is.
So glad you could finally join us. Turns out the shield isn't quite as easy to retrieve as I was. So maybe you tell me where it is, and I won't mutilate your body so bad your father doesn't recognize you.
I'll try to.
Just kill the
enemies approaching. As you said, it has begun.
Yeah, I feel like with a game, it's not a problem. Like, I feel like with a game this big, it'll do well to like sort of compare notes of where you found stuff. Like, did you know those carriages that are dragged by giants? Or trolls, or whatever they are. Yeah, that's one, yeah. I discovered that after ages of walking around it.
Is that a Knight Duke's signet ring? I guess that's how they got the ring is Trian's. That means it would have been a major victory to get the shield first, but he showed his hand and failed. The first way we can hurt him is to find that shield ourselves. You have...
Because, the two that are by that grace that you need to start from, one has the Lauren greatsword. It's like the first greatsword I found, and the other one has the first ever flail in like a FromSoft game, and it's literally like swinging and slash people if you haven't already got it.
You too.
No.
It seems some of these tiles are different from the others.
I didn't know Power Stanton was back.
That's it.
Doesn't look like much. The skill of our crafters has come far since then. Still, Shield of Iduken.
I've got 2 falchions. No, I don't. I sold one. No, maybe I do. I can't remember.
I can feel it.
You say so. It's just a sheep back in...
As I said, I found a guy that sold a broadsword, so I pretty much exclusively use that at the minute. Until I find maybe some other weapons. I'm going for strength build, so... I've got like a +3.
We should hurry.
+3 sword. So.
Very well. It has begun.
I haven't found any miracles, I found like a sorcery, looked like a sorcery tome, but I haven't actually found any spells itself.
Shall be done.
Level up. Let's level up, shall we? We got 3. Oh wait, hold on. No, I haven't found the dragon yet.
If you were really scheming against us, this would be the perfect place for an ambush. We've got the shield, and we're all alone out here.
Of course. What's that you're muttering about? Fantastic. As if just...
Okay. So, oh, I did go that way, but I haven't found the dragon. I found a fucking bear that jumped out of the wall and scared the shit out of me and then killed me. Ah, he didn't kill me, he nearly killed me.
Atrast Vala, brother. I'm here, disappointed. I didn't wear it today. I didn't wish to risk... You dare? You have plotted to murder me, so you convinced Balin to help take my men and me by surprise. Do you deny it? Still, I am your prince. You and your companions will throw down your weapons, confess your treason, and be tried in front of the assembly.
Oh, okay. I was saying, I found the dragon burnt ruins, but I couldn't find the dungeon.
Then may the skip for Orthodox shall be done.
Look at that. Stereotypical, my brother's a dick. There's definitely more fighting in the Dwarven backstory than there is in any of the others.
My son,
Tell me.
Can you prove it?
You could have got them.
It's Sir Gorham, your lord. You.
Trian and his men were here early. Lord Iduken came up to them all friendly-like, but when we got close, he ordered us to attack.
It is a valid question.
Randall Ivo, you are a good and noble...
He did, my lord. It was afterward, my lords...
Silence, Gorham.
Do you have anything else to say, my
Dickheads.
son? I want to believe.
Find him. He will do us.
And your other brother betrayed you as well, because he's a fucking bellend. Right, so this is where it broke last time, so I hope it doesn't break again.
You've got 10 minutes, sir. Orders and all. You understand?
I haven't done any mounted combat against bosses yet, but I've done mounted combat.
I would have come sooner had they allowed it. How are you? You were lied to, made to think that you... Balin has taken Trian's place in the assembly. He had fully half the assembly ready to vote on something completely against tradition. Must have been making deals and alliances for months, if not years. He's more clever than some of the lords, especially Harrowmont, are suspicious. The assembly has already sentenced both of us. My knighthood will be stripped. My Lord Harrowmont moved for a similar exile for you to be sealed in the deep roads to fight Darkspawn until you were overwhelmed and killed. That may have been Balin's. Lord Harrowmont gave me access to...
Just going to fly through this because it doesn't really give you much information.
Duncan and the Grey Wardens. If you survive long enough to find the Grey Wardens, you may be able to escape with Duncan. There are worse ways. If you can find them, I'm sure you can join them and escape the deep roads. I beg to go with you and fight at your side, but Balin's pet nobles wouldn't eat. I'm going to try to go to Denerim, the human capital. I will always...
Right, okay.
Here is the prisoner, Lord Harrowmont.
Having been found guilty of fratricide by the Assembly, your name is from this point forward stripped from the records. You are no longer a person, nor a memory. You are to be cast into the deep roads with only sword and... Do you have anything to say before the sentence is carried out? I understand your anger. Look me in the eye and tell me you didn't do this for your father's sake. You're a soldier. Oh.
Oops. Why did I bother lying? I should have just been honest with him. So annoying that I've lost all of my stuff. Come on then, let's go and find Duncan. So whichever starting you do, for anyone who hasn't played the game, whichever starting you do, for some reason or another, you have to join with the Grey Wardens. So for the human side, your family gets betrayed and killed by this other lord. And then for the elf side, you save an elf from being attacked by a human lord. And you have to be... And they're basically wanting to kill you because of it. So Duncan, like, invokes the Grey Warden's right to sort of get any prisoners and take them with them. And saves you. The Dalish elf, I think they fuck with a mirror that brings demons to the world, and Duncan comes in and saves you. Obviously we've seen the dwarf one, and the dwarf that I don't know what the other dwarf one does. I've never actually done it. I've only ever done the dwarf noble one, and I've never actually done a full playthrough because the game broke, so I don't know how it impacts when we go back here later in the game. Either way, I know I'm not siding with Balin. Fucking prick. But, yeah. As I said, it basically is all the same anyway. It all leads you to the same point. Just different stories. Oh, the mage one is different. So the mage one, well, it is and it isn't. The mage one, you are in the mage tower, and two of your friends try to convince you to help them escape the mage tower and defect against the Templars. And when you do that, you get caught, and once again Duncan saves you. But it's vastly different. It's literally your fault as to why you get caught. So it's a lot different compared to normal. Either way, still good. Fucking traps in this game. I'm not a hobbit. I want some shoes. I didn't realise you could see the traps. That's cool. Not even a rogue. Definitely should have gone a rogue. So many chests to open. Oh, I need 20 strength. Okay, that's fine. I can get 20 strength. Which way do I go? Let's try this way. So what didn't you like about Dragon Age 9? Because I remember you saying you didn't particularly rate the Dragon Age game. Have you only played this one? Or have you played other ones as well? Right, okay, we need to go this way. Because that way is exit. So, just going to have a look the other way. Oh, okay. How far did you get in them?
I shall do it.
Fuck off.
Shall be done. Very well.
It's really not. And I'll explain why. And I know exactly why you thought that and where it came from, because I think the same thing whenever I go back to it. With Inquisition, the first area, the hinterlands, is a fucking slog. It's so long, and you have to wait for stuff and then go back to it and then come back again and then go back to it, and it is a slog. But once you get if you just put up with it and get past it, it's only like what? I think it's like 10 hours of a 70 plus. I put 120 hours into the game the first time I played it. Do you know what I mean? It's 10 hours of that.
Where are your troops?
The rest are the rest of the game is fantastic.
You have been made to walk. You were exiled. I do not think matters of dwarven honor or any business of ours. You need not answer, friend. Lord Trian? I see. The brutal intrigue of the dwarven court continues then. I will not ask what happened. You are the child of my old. You have already proven yourself both resourceful and skilled, and I would expect nothing less from an Idukan. When last we spoke, you, as leader of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, I would like to formally invite you to join our order. Then welcome. We leave immediately for Ostegard. We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostegard.
Fucking hinterlands.
Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostegard.
See, I can't even play this game without avoiding the hinterlands. Piece of shit. I really dislike that part. You're going to hear me bitching non-stop when we're playing the third one.
The King's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times.
This one will take me a little bit longer. The second one won't take me that. Probably 2 weeks to play the second one. Inquisition will take me a long time to play.
This blight must be stopped, here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall.
Ho there, Duncan.
King Kaelan, I didn't expect
a royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help it, Your Majesty.
Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all. Glorious. The other wardens told me you'd found a promising recruit.
Allow me to
There's no need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together after all. Ho there, Fred. Might I know your name?
I'm Westy Gaming, Your
Pleased to
Majesty.
meet you. The Grey Wardens are desperate to bolster their numbers, and it's good to see one of the honourable stout folk outside Audemars. Sounds like there's a story behind that. You must regale me with it sometime. I do. I'll make sure to have the finest dwarven brew brought up from the palace cellars. After we've dealt with the blight, of course. I've been to Audemars. King Endrin invited my father to a grand proving long ago. How does Endrin fare these days? Well, it seems your story may be even more interesting than I suspected. Allow me to be the first to welcome you to Ostagar. The Wardens will benefit greatly with you in their ranks.
Your welcome means nothing to me, human lord. You're too kind, Your Majesty. There you go. That'll do.
Eamon just wants in on the glory. I'm not even sure this...
Disappoint.
I'd hoped for a war.
Yes.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here. True. Despite the victories so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling. Yes, we should proceed with the ritual. Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. Until then, I have business I must attend to.
Okay, cool. Let us level up. Level 20. Cunning. Get them persuasions going in it. Get a 1. That's annoying. So what strength do I need? Alright, I need 40 strength. Okay. Indomitable. Oh, it's an upkeep. I fucking hate upkeeps. That'll do. Right, I need to... how does one select that? I can't remember how to change my quick bar. Hold on. Here we go. Right. So assign pommel strike to that. Assign that to that. And assign... fuck it, we'll assign that to that for now. Okay, cool. And I can wear the better armor. Superior dwarf. Oh, why has it got to look garbage? So you'll learn throughout the game that I hate the armor that looks like that. Why is it only got one pauldron? Give me both sides. So stupid. Whatever.
Hail, you must be the Grey Warden recruit that Duncan brought.
Yep. Don't need your help. Fuck off. Hey, Wynn. She's a possible recruitable character later down the line.
Easily impressed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wynn, one of the mages summoned by the king. Well met, and good luck to you on the battlefield. The king must...
I'm just going to fly through this. I know what I need to choose to make it a bit nicer to you later on.
It's home to many spirits.
Yes. Just tells you about the Darkspawn, where they came from. You already know everything you need to know. Tevinter mages went into the...
Any last wish? Well, you're not what I thought you'd be. The name's Daveth. It's about bloody time you came along. I was beginning to think they'd cook this ritual up just for our benefit. I happened to be sneaking around camp last night, see, and I heard a couple of... I'm thinking they plan to send us into the wilds. We're right on the northern edge of the Kakari. My home village isn't far, and I grew up on tales about the wilds. Even been in there a few times. Scary place.
Hey, Red, how's it going?
I'm told I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like we have a choice. You...
Have you seen an elf running about? Yep. No.
Yes, yes.
Pardon, Mum. Oh, I also have some...
Right, let's sell some shit. We'll keep the dwarven longs. Oh, which one's the better out of those two? Damage, 8.4 damage. Give it that. 150, 150. Sell that. We'll give those to Alistair later. I'm guessing that can't be worn by him, so I'll sell that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Look. Hello again.
10, 8, meh. How you doing, Red? I don't remember where the third guy is. Oh, hold on. Oh yes, I forgot you can't jump in this game.
We have much to do. Perhaps we should take the time to review what we've learned.
That's my name, by the way.
This isn't good. This, I have medicine that might help. Go. Well done. Come to think of it, are you heading into the... If you happen across it, good.
Okay, cool. Right, so I gotta find the flower to heal the doggo. Now let's go and talk to Alistair. It's your boy, Alistair.
What is it now? Haven't Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens by the King's orders.
Should I have asked?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough.
Sassy
I will
bastard.
speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together. It's like a party. We could all stand in a circle and hold hands. That would give the Darkspawn something to think about. Wait, we haven't met, have we? I don't suppose you happen to be another mage. And that makes you Duncan's new recruit, I suppose. As the junior member of the Order, I'll be accompanying you when you prepare for the joining. Right. There haven't been any dwarven Grey Wardens. Hard to believe most folks here think the Darkspawn disappeared after the last Blight, when your people still suffer every day. Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's get back to Duncan. Which puts me in a bit of an awkward position. I'm sure the revered mother meant it as an insult.
He was a Templar. Basically, in the world of Dragon Age, they effectively police mages. So him and mages do not get on very well. As you'll see when we meet at my favourite party member, Morrigan. I think she's everyone's favourite party member. But I don't know, Liliana tends to get some favouritism as well. I'm not a massive fan. Right, let's see if we can find any more shit.
Look carefully, man. This wretched thing is a Darkspawn. They're strong and kind and smart. But don't listen to those old words.
I remember now. You need to be a rogue pretty much to get anything from around here because everything's locked.
You found Alistair, did you? Good. Assuming, of course, that you're quite finished riling up mages, Alistair.
What can I say? The revered mother ambushed me. The way she wields guilt, they should stick her in the army.
She forced you to sass the mage, did she? We cannot afford to antagonize anyone, Alistair. We don't need to give anyone more ammunition against...
I apologize, Duncan. I'll go collect who we're missing. This is Sir Jory, a knight from Redcliffe.
How do you do?
And this, of course, is the recruit that Duncan said he was bringing.
Now then, since you're all here, we can begin. You four will be heading into the Kokari Wilds to perform 2 tasks. The first is to obtain 3 vials of Darkspawn blood, 1 for each recruit. There was once a Grey Warden archive in the wilds, abandoned long ago when we could no longer afford to maintain such remote outposts. It has recently come to our attention that some scrolls have been left behind, magically sealed to protect them. Alistair, I want you to retrieve these scrolls if you can. Old treaties, if you're curious. Promises of support made to the Grey Wardens. They were once considered only for...
Cool. Right, let's go and get some blood and some books, effectively. Let's do this. Charge.
Hail.
No, I said charge, not talk with you. Okay. Alistair. Okay. Take Dwarven longsword, my friend.
Wild creatures ahead.
Hey, wolves.
I shall do everything as you say.
I'll let it kill that wolf. So, the thing I dislike about this game is the leveling up system, in a way. Basically, say I kill, you know, say if I, not kill, bear with me. Okay. Say if I do most of the damage to someone, to like an enemy, and then someone comes along and like hits them with that last attack, then I don't get the XP, they do, which is quite annoying. As you can imagine. Come here, Genlock Archer. Bomb. Annoyingly, this is the only game... Well, it's not annoyingly, I understand why, but this Dragon Age is the only one with like a key focus on Darkspawn. They're in the other 2 games. They changed quite drastically in the other 2 games, to be fair, in terms of looks. But they also, yeah, they're just not a big part of the game.
Very well. Shall be done. I shall be done. It has begun.
Okay, let's just mark everything as red, shall we? Have we got like a quests thing? No. Oh, yes, we have. Idiot. Right, so we got the mission. We found it on that one. But I did consult it. What are you on about? Right, okay. That's fine. Right, so this is one. Okay. Generally can't remember which way I gotta go. I know which way I need to go to complete the level, but I want to try and find all the items, because I think one of the items is a great weapon of some sort, so like a great axe, a maul, or a great sword. I think it's by here, actually. Yeah, it's by here, I think. Fucking jam lock. Yeah, that's what I thought. Walk up.
Still need to find those documents, if they're even here.
Sure it's around here somewhere. Aha! Hold your horses. So across this log. I remember. Anyone gonna help me out here, or? There it is. Chasing flat blade. I knew it was one of them. How's everyone doing anyway? Fucking shut up, it's a Sunday night, like. Fucking pissheads. Shouting outside the window. So that's the chasing thing. So where's the... Could you actually hear it? Ridiculous. No, I've done the chasing trail. I don't need that now. So what about the... Fucking howler monkeys outside my room. You're not escaping me, emissary. Got bonked onto the floor. Fucking traps. Yes, most benevolent one. What's that from? Oh, it's from Dawn of War. Right, so threatened. Powerful swings. Upkeep. Shattering blows. See, I don't want the passives. I don't want the sustains. Whatever. Oh yeah, that's passive, isn't it? That's where we're going. That outpost at the top. Over there. Oh, there's another wild flower, but we've already got one, so it doesn't matter.
As you say. Now you fall! As you say.
Get on the floor. Mighty swings. See what I mean? I did all that damage to him then, and Alistair just came along and took my 88 XP. Piece of shit. Right, before we go in, have I found anything decent? Nay. How thoroughly disappointing. I'll wear the mud token for now. Okay. The chest has been broken.
Oh, there's Big. Well, there she is. What have we here?
Hey, Morrigan.
Are you a vulture, I wonder? A scavenger, poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these darkspawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey? What say you, Scavenger or intruder?
Lover.
Tis a tower no longer. I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered? Why are they here?
I told you.
And now
My character's going to be a thought.
Ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby. Yes, swooping is bad.
She's a witch of the wild, she is. She'll turn us into toads.
Witch of the wilds. Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own?
Nay.
You there, Dwarf. You have nothing to fear from any witch. Tell me your name, and I shall tell you mine. Let us be civilized. Now that is a proper civil greeting, even here in the wilds. You may call me Morrigan. Shall I
Hi,
guess
Morrigan.
your purpose?
Yeah, no.
How very...
Quite.
I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. 'Twas my mother, in fact.
'Twas my mother.
Yeah,
Phoebe,
not if...
we should get those treaties.
She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch. If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'll be a nice change.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expect.
Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us?
You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. Either way, one's a fool.
She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her. Quiet, Dareth. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad?
There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things. But it... And what of you? Does your dwarven mind give you a different viewpoint? A statement that possesses more wisdom than it implies. Some witch of the...
Anyway, whatever. We're just gonna fly through it. She has them. She's returned them. Let's go. Right. That conversation gets tediously long. Right, where are we? Okay, so we're back here. Let's talk to this dude first.
Amabari's stable for now, but not improved. Let me see. Yeah, that... He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could. Payment? Isn't it worth something to save a valiant hound's life? I see. Now...
Thank you for the 50 silver. Hello there, Quartermaster. What do these sell? Nothing that is of use to me.
Let's get back to Duncan quick.
Hello again. Is there something you...
As long as you keep it quiet. I'm keeping it quiet, don't you worry, lad. I have 2 gold. Soldier's helm. Don't need any of them. Sell. Sell junk. Cool. Now, if we can talk to this guy. Is he right here? He is.
Huh. Someone finally comes and talks to the lone prison. No, I don't suppose you have a bit of kindness in you. All I want is food and water. They haven't fed me since I was locked up and I'm starving.
Why would I help
I
you?
want something I don't need. Them circle wizards got a chest they keep things in. That's why I'm here. I got one of them drunk, took his key and tried to... I can't use it from here. But I trade you for some food and water.
Okay, so I gotta take the key.
They should have just hanged him. Put his head on a pike as an example.
Don't expect it was an Did he now? Since nobody said... Oh!
Right, convinced him to miss a meal to feed this guy.
Brought me some food, have you? I'm so hungry.
Cool. Right. Got the key. That chest over there. And now the tranquil guy is gone. We can take it.
I am done.
We can take the precious.
Welcome, young man. Good.
Welcome, young man. I should go. Hello, Duncan. I wonder if I can convince... No, I can't.
Greetings. King Kalen is not in it. I suppose I do. The king wants to end the Blight with a single huge battle the bards will sing of for centuries. Do you think that's possible? That's how the Terran feels. The king thought it was funny the Terran called him reckless. To the Terrans, he wasn't happy about something she...
Okay. So the turn is Logain. He's a bellend. And he is
So you returned
the
from
father
the
of the queen.
Have you been successful?
We have.
Good. I've had the circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, there was a... Were they
I don't think so.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. Excellent.
Curry?
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
I agree.
Then let us begin.
I'll let you watch this cutscene. It explains a lot about the
more
Grey
I hear
Wardens.
about this joining, the less I like it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
Calm down, there's nothing we can do
I
about
only
it
know
now.
that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
You make a good point.
You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them?
I am...
Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the Darkspawn, we'll die for sure.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
Let's get on with it then.
We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward. Sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No! You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
No, there's not. Shank.
I am sorry. But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden.
Two more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel? Such is what it takes to be a Grey Warden.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such
That's
dreams
me.
come when you begin to sense the darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king.
Very well.
The meeting is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
Right. I'll keep my camera off because we're going straight into another cutscene now, pretty much. How do we want to do this? Let's get our cunning up by 1. That up by 2, that up by 1, keep it all even. I have 2 points. And let's just make sure these are assigned. Oh. 1 time in tennis, they'll have no effect. That's cool. Right. That's that. Oh no, that's stupid. There you go. Right, okay. Let's just quickly do that. That shit. That's all shit. Right. We'll sell all that stuff first. Then we'll go into that cutscene.
Hello again. Is there something? Let me know what you'd like.
Sell. We'll keep that. Sell that. Keep that. We'll keep all of the armor purely because we're going to have 2 characters in our party extra within the space of about half an hour, so we'll leave them there for now. Right, into the cutscene.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
Okay. Thank you, Your
Every
Majesty.
Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from
To
cover.
flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
Yeah, okay, I'll do my best.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough. This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Galen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
That
I
is
agree
not
with
your
Alistair, we
choice.
should be in the fight.
If King Cailan wishes Grey Wardens to ensure the beacon is lit, then Grey Wardens will be there. We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn. Exciting or no.
I get it, I get it. Just so you know, if the king ever asks me to put on a dress and dance the Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn or no.
Way to take a stand, Alistair.
I have my dignity. Well, some.
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
Sounds
We
easy
will
enough.
signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
I know what we have to do.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I thought that was the quest. Never mind. Hold on. This thing is no point putting on my... Because literally this is the cutscene. By the way, if you haven't seen this cutscene, this was one of the best cutscenes of the 360 era. Reminds me a lot of the Battle for Helm's Deep in Two Towers.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
Fucking stay where you are. best doggos. Oh, doggo.
For Ferelden!
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
Let's do this. Let's level up Alistair first, actually. Right, well, he's a warrior, so let's get that up to begin with. We'll keep him sword and shield, I think. He's built sword and shield. We'll keep him sword and or weapon and shield, I should say. Is there no better? No. Oh, I don't know. That looks quite good. That looks better. And it suits the rest of his armor. Okay, charge! For fuck's sake. Look at him just looking at me like, get up, you fool. How about you, monster? For fuck's sake. It's quite cool if you look down there. First of all, you can see how bad the animation is. The second, it's also quite cool. Right, okay. Do you know, I'm glad I played this tonight. I'm actually enjoying this quite a lot. Compared to how I was feeling last week playing Dark Souls.
You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
Oh no. Not the tower. It's been taken. Lord have mercy. I've actually never been down here. In however many times. Did I just walk into fire and have it like set my thing on fire? What? Oh, don't tell me there's literally nothing down here. At least I'm glad I never have to come down here again. Honestly, man, it's super... Play it on PC. On PC, it's fantastic. It's just as good on Xbox, but PC, because of the skill bar at the bottom, like you have a skill bar at the bottom, and it's all numbers rather than thingy, it plays more like Diablo than it does anything else. The more modern ones, I'd say, play on a console, but... I really wish they would give this trilogy the same amount of love. The sad thing is, they won't get like a remaster like the Mass Effect series did, because the third one came out on... You know, the third one is similar to sort of Mass Effect Andromeda. It came out on next gen, well, last gen consoles. But honestly, it's so fun. I would recommend this game to anyone. And the fact that genuinely your choices do matter in your game, similar to how Mass Effect works, you know? If you save someone in this game, they're most likely going to appear in the next one. And for Dragon Age Inquisition, if you go onto something called Dragon Age Keep, on, like, you know, it's a website. If you go on there, sign up with your BioWare account, you can choose what outcome you want for each quest, and it gives you like a little like explanation on what that quest was about. So that was really cool because it allowed you to bring over choices to Inquisition that couldn't be brought around at the, you know, at that time. Did I ever play Dragon's Dogma? Oh, mate, I fell in love with Dragon's Dogma. The DLC is shit. The ending isn't great. I was very disappointed by the ending, considering how long it took me to get to the end of the game, because you had to do some bullshit like defeat so many bosses and get these certain crystals, and it was bullshit. But anyway, after doing that and then finally getting to the ending and having the ending that it was, I was very disappointed. But really, it's similar to the "oh, it's all a dream" ending. I fucking hate it. Do you know what I mean? The whole cycle continues bullshit, just like that. Idiot. But the actual game itself, I fell in love with. It was so cool. I'm not a massive fan of cyclic sort of stories because it's like, what's the point then? Do you know what I mean? But in general, the combats, the build qualities, just everything about that game I loved. Although, because I have DLC, I have like the Dark Arisen edition or something. It gives you some like armor pieces to wear. You can wear that armor all the way through the game and never have to spend any money on cool looking armor. Or you can sell that armor for like 600,000 gold, which is a ridiculous amount at the start of the game. And then buy like the best armor piece, the best chest piece for whatever class you're playing as. And then boom, you never have to buy armor again for the rest of the game. So I always tend to do that, and I always find it quite easy at that point. But overall, that game, I've recommended that game to a few people. It's a really good game. I might play Dragon's Dogma at some point on channel, because it's a game that fell under the radar for a lot of people. I was talking about, who was I talking about it with? I was talking about it with someone, and they were like, "Oh, I've never heard of that game." And then when I explained what it was, they were like, "Oh, that sounds really good." And then they played it. It's like, how the fuck has no one heard of this game? I was like, I don't know. It's an awesome game. Darkspawn.
What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
When you complained you wouldn't get to fight.
Hey, you're right. I guess there is a silver lining here if you think of it. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Tyron Loghain will be waiting for the signal.
The worst part of this game, as anyone who has ever played it will attest to, is the fucking Mage's Circle. It's such a god-awful level, area. It just takes ages. It makes no... What you have to do is so annoying. So basically the point of this game, Naeem, because you haven't played it, I'll explain it to you. You become a Grey Warden, as we've seen, and you then have to fight. You have to basically bring everyone together. There's a bit of an extra spoiler which I won't tell you about, but there's ah, piss! I accidentally hit my own guy. Oopsie daisy. But yeah, you basically have to bring all of the races together, all the different factions and races together to fight the Darkspawn. Because you discover it's a true blight, which you'll figure out in a minute. Anyway, the way you do that is by going to all these different areas with those papers that you found at the beginning of the game. You go to the dwarves, you go to humans, you go to the wood elves or the Dalish, and then there's normally a choice in that. So, for example, in the dwarves, it depends on how you complete the main quest in there is whether or not you get dwarven warriors or you get golems in the final fight. In the elves, you have to side between the elves or werewolves to get one of those in the next area. And then finally, when you go to the mage circle, you can either get mages or you can get Templars. And in order to get the mages, you have to go into the Fade, which is like basically like a spirit world, to save some people, and then eventually you have to save the Grand Master of the Circle. If you let him die, which is very easy to do, you then get the Templars, who are just nowhere near as helpful in the final fight. And if he dies, you don't get one of your party members, so you're just stuck with the party that you have. Which is fine, because I never use Win anyway. But she's a very good healing mage, so having her in the party is quite handy, really. I will always say to anyone who's playing through, don't follow a walkthrough, because it's quite interesting to figure out your own way of how you want to finish things until you get to the Mage Circle. Mage Circle, follow a walkthrough. It'll take you 3 hours longer if you don't. And you'll start hating the game. I always do it last, just so I enjoy the game for longer. I should always do it first, really, because do the worst first, but... I tend to do whichever race I am first. So, like, for this one now, the first place we're going to be going to is Orzammar and doing the dwarf thing first. Let's release the doggos. Oh. They're literally no help to me now. I should have released them earlier. Yeah, and it's not, as you can tell now, it's not button mashy like the other ones. It's, like, quite tactical, because you have to stay still when you get hit, so you gotta, like, prep your powers and prep your abilities and your items and stuff. You can pause the game, I believe, in mid-fight, but I can't remember how to do that in a fight. Oop, that's switching. The second one was. The second one is super button mashy. But compared to the... Well, not button mashy, but it is compared to this game. This game is you press A on controller, for example, and they just continuously attack someone. This game is similar to Knights of the Old Republic in how it plays. Which makes sense, really, because Knights of the Old Republic was the game released before this by BioWare. So it makes sense that they would go with that. Oh, I did. I much prefer the combat in the second and the third one. Always have. Loads of people I know didn't. I did. Right, here we go. We're at the end now. Get out of my swamp! It's an ogre. I am an ogre. Ah. Sorry. I could quote Shrek any day. Yes, I got the last kill, the last hit. I'll let you watch the second spoiler, like the secondary villain that we have to deal with. Look at this dickhead.
What about the king? Should we not
do as I command?
Once we sounded that signal, he should have charged him with the cavalry. But nope, he decided to be a puss instead.
pull out? All of you, let's move.
Fuck Loghain. Is a sentiment that I hope everyone who plays the game believes. Yeah, he does. This is back in the days when villains looked like villains. Now we just get to watch Duncan being a badass. And the king being a plaything. Literally crushed him to death. Come on, Duncan, go and be a hero, lad. So in the second game, you play as someone who managed to survive this battle and escape. I done took an arrow. There's a DLC for this game called Return to Ostagar, and you basically come back here and you can find King Kaelin's armor, which is wearable. And if you're a rogue, you can use Dalen's, fuck's sake, Duncan's daggers, and I think they're like one of the best daggers you can get in this game.
You were injured, and then Mother rescued you. Do you not remember?
Nay.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well. The suspicious dim-witted one who was with you before, yes. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Thank you for helping me, Morrigan.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer. I will stay and make something to eat.
Okay. Right, before we go out there, let's do a cheeky level up, shall we? Have I got any better armor? Chainmail gloves, okay. Chainmail boots, okay. Okay, my armor is still better though. Such a stupid hat. Hey, buddy.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure. Duncan's dead. The Grey Wardens. Even the King. They're all dead. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Davath was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not? Must I? Age and power are relative. It depends on who is asking. Compared...
Then why didn't you save Duncan?
I am sorry for your Duncan, but your grief must come later. In the dark shadows before you take vengeance, as my mother once said. Duty must come now. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Of course not.
But we were fighting the Darkspawn. The King had nearly defeated them. Why would Loghain do this?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon. By ourselves? No Grey Warden has ever defeated a Blight without the army of a half-dozen nations at his back. Not to mention... I don't know how.
How to kill the Archdemon, or how to raise an army? It seems to me those are two different questions, Have the Wardens no allies these days?
I don't know. Duncan said that the Grey Wardens of Orlais had been called, and Al Eamon would never stand for this, surely. I suppose. Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
There are other allies we could call.
Of course. The treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Can't see why not.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
Yes, we shall thank Flemeth.
No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining
them. Such a shame.
What? You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother? You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I
understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide.
Speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
Dear, sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
I just...
Right, let's get out of this now.
Yeah.
Okay. How's uni stuff? Yeah, uni's fine. I got my essay in when it needed to be, so yeah. That's about as much as I can say about it, really. It's going quite well. As far as I'm aware. Right.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
Right then, Morrigan. You shall have not that, because you look ridiculous. I think the Darkspawn staff is better than yours. It is not. How annoying. Okay, whatever. Alistair. He's 22 strength. Shit. Yeah, so should I mean, I can go, I'll have a look around. I can't promise that I'll stay and play something because money, but yeah, I'm down to go. That's not a problem. I haven't been there in a long time. I haven't been to like a board game shop in a while. Oh, it's not a shop, it's like a cafe. I haven't been there. But I'll go and have a gander at it.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good.
I'll let you watch this. I'm just going to go grab a drink.
Army lost at Ostagar. Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you.
The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Van Tegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Van Tegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Oh, hey, Liam. Yeah, same. Literally, I haven't played this in... Well, I haven't played it in about 5 or 6 years. That I remember. I don't think I've played it since... Oh, no, that's a lie. I played it once when I was in uni. And I tried to do it on PC. And I was trying to do this playthrough, a Lord Dwarf playthrough. And it froze when I was in the prison. So I was like, right, fuck this, I'm done, and went off it. But before that, I hadn't played it in a long time. Hey, look, it's the doggo.
I think he was out there looking for you.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about?
He's not mangy.
Well, what should we name the dog? I normally call it Scrappy after my dog, but... Blueberry. Okay, Blueberry it is. I like Blueberry. Smint. Which would you prefer? Blueberry or Smint? Smintbury. Smintbury it is. Right, okay. Oops. There you go. Smintbury the dog. Also, Naim, do you want to feel jealous? Like, super jealous. You ready for this? Look what I'm about to start snacking on. Boom. Party rings.
Led by a dwarf, oddly enough.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
I can't believe you've done this.
Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the dark
I can't open them. No.
They're fools.
I just can't have been an idiot.
I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to treat someone? A simple 10 silvers and you're free to
Just as a bit of a hint, Naim, if you go to which one is it? Is it Home Bargains by JD Jim? You know the one I mean, don't you? The pound shop by JD Jim. They're £3. They're £1 for 3.
Tell you, no wagon.
Yeah, they're £1 for 3 of the big packets.
The toll applies to everyone, Henrik. That's why it's a toll.
Well, they were last week. I'm assuming they still will be.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay. Right. We get to... Enemies approaching.
Basically, if you missed what was going on there, they're trying to extort money out of refugees because they're dickheads. So we're killing them.
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by. Yes, of course. We should have been more careful.
As you say.
Oh, decapitation for the nation. Yeah, don't take them out of stock though, Naim. I've got to go. I'm going to get some tomorrow as well, even though I still have one left. But so don't be robbing all the party rings. Nay.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you?
Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
His name?
Oh, I get it. This is the part where... Anyway, I thought we should...
Right.
You there. If you move on if you can. Load the there simply isn't enough food to go around. We tempt.
Yes, yes.
Oh, look how they moan and wail and gnash.
Back off. I am...
You profit from their misfortune.
You wouldn't dare. It's... Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman? Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers.
You want me to bid against him? We don't have that kind of coin. We have nothing to offer but our gratitude. You would actually do the bidding of this...
Would it help these folks if they could buy no...
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate and...
I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this... Perhaps.
Do what you must.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. Morgan disapproves.
Don't suppose...
Okay, so... see, I want to sell it. We don't need to buy anything, really. Repair. Okay. Armor. Wine. Well, you are fucking useless to me, merchant man.
The charters are still operating their board.
The legions of evil are on your doorstep. Please, you're scaring the children. Better to slit their throats now than let them... There! One of their minions is already amongst us. This man bears their evils.
Be my guest.
What this minion is but the first of those who will destroy us. My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the dog spawn. No, I won't listen to the word. I ran, hearing my wife's screams as they dragged her off.
Pussy.
Are you calling me a... I have shamed my ancestors.
He was right, wasn't he? You're right. But we...
Maybe with that blasted chasing gone, my headache will go as well.
Right.
And Eileen spoke unto the masses, my hearth is yours.
He can't answer you. He's chanted death. One of...
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and unto the Maker.
Unless it's the...
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple... What?
Oh, you got me. I thought you cheated.
Sorry. That was great. He can't speak anything other than what's in the Chant of Light, which is basically their version of the, the holy text. And you just go, Chanter says what? And he goes, what? But then instantly it's like, whatever evil shall be brought. What?
I don't suppose you know anyone that can make...
Oh, piss. I picked the wrong one.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care. Don't need. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicine. Then you make all
Yes, yes. She wants us to make healy stuff.
This.
There you go.
How dare you accuse me of thievery? I saw you take the...
What do you need?
Not you.
Your brass-eyed eyes are in it.
Hey, Stan. That's one thing I will say about Dragon Age 2 and 3. They drastically improved what the Canary looked like.
Nothing to say that would amuse a dwarf. Leave. I am Sten of the Better. You...
Yes,
I suggest you leave me to my fate. No doubt. The Blight. So my people have heard legends of the Grey Ward. Perhaps if you told...
Right, okay, cool. So basically, he's a Canary that he killed some kids, I think, or something. He basically, you find out his story later on, in that he was his ship crashed and he lost his sword, and because he lost his sword, he lost his ship basically, because they're like, you know, joined, and the kids just happened to find him.
What do you need?
But they yeah, it's just unfortunate he ended up killing the kids. Being rescued now anyway.
Word of darkspawn stragglers, but no sign of... Yes? Who might you be? I am Sir You don't seem like the other refugees. Tarn Logain declared all Grey... I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Tarn claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case. Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off? All of... Sad that it needed to come to that. I wish I could have... If it interests you. No. Unless there's something else you need.
Right, okay.
Who? Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Logain straight soon enough.
If he were well? What do you mean?
The Arl is stricken with an illness that threatens his life. We have found no cure, either natural or magical.
When did...
Only a few weeks ago, but he has declined quickly. Our only hope now is a miracle. Every knight of Redcliffe has gone in search of the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness. But I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day my... What? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. Thank you. Right, with head...
Okay. Right.
Maker spoke. Chant of light scattered in the dark.
Just gonna talk to this woman.
Will you be making a donation to the Chantry, my friend? Might I suggest 30 silver? Thank you. What can I do for you then? It might have been... Then his next victims might count you and me as them. Well, here then.
Nice. So you can either threaten her to give you the key to his cage, or you can convince her, or whatever. You just gotta get him. You don't have to get him out of the cage. To be honest, I never use him, but it's become instinctive now just to get all of the party members that I can. The only party members I ever use is I tend to take Morrigan, Liliana, and Smintberry, as we will now call him. Such a stupid name. And because Alistair and Morrigan really dislike whatever the other one does like. If I had... To be honest, I should probably switch to Zevran rather than taking Liliana. Because Liliana also has issues with... with
I think we've just been blessed.
Morrigan,
Logain's
but
men.
don't really care.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about a dwarf by this very description? And everyone said they hadn't seen one.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking rest.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
I doubt he would listen.
I am not the blind one. I served at Ostagar. Enough talk. More enemies ahead.
I never liked this part.
That's Liliana, by the way. The church woman.
You've won.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
What do you want to tell him?
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't. Let me introduce myself. Those men said you're a Grey Warden.
Yeah, he beat the shit out of him.
I know after what happened, you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along. That, and the Maker wants me to go with you. Then you believe?
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank
Right. Fuck off, Alistair.
Indeed.
I don't know though, I do like Alistair. Poor Darko. Darko can stay behind, I don't want him hurt. Right. Now then, let's change up Liliana's stuff. Right, so you can have Ash Longbow. You can have no. Splint mail. Splint mail. Yeah, fuck you can have splint mail gauntlets as well. Things as well. Okay, cool. Hey, Liliana. Right.
What do you need?
Onward to glory. Dawn of War again. The amount of times I quote Dawn of War when playing games is unreal. Hey, Stan.
Something more of me.
Have the key to open your cage.
I confess, I did not. Set me free, and I will follow you against the Blight. And so, I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement. May we...
Accept. Let's change up Sten's armor while we're here. Sten. Let's give you dwarven armored boots. Let's give you studded leather mail. Let's give you some studded leather gauntlets. We'll get back to helping you when I can. We'll give you a great sword. Where be the bandits?
As you say. Very well. I've begun.
So, the only reason I sort of take not getting the XP from the guys on the chin, like from fighting on the chin, and I sort of just accept it and move on eventually, is because you actually get. I have never seen this. I've never gone around this, right? Is that I don't know if it's you exclusively or everyone gets it, but I think it might be you exclusively that gets the XP for quests. And also for any sort of notes you find or any books you find, you exclusively get those as well. Huh. It's literally nothing here, it's just spooders.
Yes?
Fuck off. What class do you normally play in these type of games, Naeem? Rogue, warrior, or mage? Thank you. Now the question is, does heavy chainmail better or worse than what I have? It's better. God damn it. I hate looking this stupid. See, this is the reason I'm not a massive fan of these sort of armor sets in this game, is because they're just too shiny. Like, look how silver this armor. Usually like a paladin or a rogue. Yeah, you can't really paladin it up in this series, but you can rogue. And the rogue, you can either, if you're playing a rogue in this game, I would recommend doing a ranged rogue, because the amount of damage that you can get on a bow build in this game specifically is disgusting. Normally I play as a mage. Normally. But the mage in this game is terrible. Well, they're apparently quite good, but basically these... How big he is. These refugees want to figure out who you are and want to sell you for the bounty. I seem to have an issue with that. Yeah, the mages are cool in this, but after playing the mages in 2 and 3,
yes,
coming back to this one, where you sort of...
Why are we stopping?
Go at the...
There are dark spawn to be, as you wish.
What now?
You know, with the quick spells, like, you know, like with the button mashing aspects, you know, where you're firing off spells left, right, and center, and it looks cool. In this one, you literally, when you're using a mage, you like go, ugh, and it like slowly floats towards them, and then they go, ugh, slowly floats, and it's just so boring. Don't get me wrong, they can do some cool shit. Like, you can transform into like a spider, you can transform into like a bear and something else as well, if you follow the naturist school. I think it's naturist. Oh, let me have a look. Shapeshifter. Bear, flying swarm, and you can either be a bear scarn, which is just a massive bear, or a corrupted spider. But yeah, that's quite cool. Alright, let's go and get my money. Worked hard for this money. So working hard. Anyway.
No, I was their lay sister.
Pop?
You get 3 gold from killing those bandits. Which is good for early on in the game. Because how much am I on now? Like selling everything? 7 gold. Which is not amazing, but it's not terrible. It's very good for the beginning, but you won't be able to buy much with that. How much faster I am than the rest of my team.
Someone help us!
Fucking Eliana killing the alpha. This quest is like played as like sort of a like a side quest, but because you don't have to talk to this guy. But I would recommend talking to him because he becomes your camp merchant.
Mighty timely arrival there, my
And he sells
friend.
some
I'm
really
much
good shit.
Hello. Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you? Grey Wardens. No offense, but I suspect there's more excitement on your path than my boy and I can handle. Allow me to bid.
Right, so now you've done that.
We'll be off as soon as this mess is cleaned up. Thank you kindly for all your...
You leave. Come on.
Bad dreams, huh? Well, it is real, sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde. And we feel it, just as... I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell. That's...
Okay. What's up, Smintberry?
Oh, why, you little...
Ah, you bit him.
Oh, you're so funny. Such rapier wit. Your furry friend here took offence at me getting near his food. He snapped at me. Look.
Good boy. Teach that silly Alistair a lesson.
Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me. I once heard a really old legend about how the hound warriors in the days of the old tribes... Well, that's what I heard anyway. Oh, like you can tell the difference. Fool you.
Look at what your fool dog placed in my pack. A putrid, half-eaten hare is not something a woman wants to find in her unmentionables.
Can't be stinky than what normally goes in them.
I think I have enough meat where it counts, and I certainly don't need it in my pack. The dirty mongrel can have this back. There. And tell him not... I just did. I don't want it, you worthless furbat.
Aww.
Oh, he's just trying to be manipulative, I can tell. I do it too.
You are a true warrior and worthy of respect.
What type of tattoo?
I saw your cap and thought to myself, I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. You and your friends are formidable folk, and I ran a fairly successful business. Now, is there anything that... I'm sure you'll be...
Right. Oh, I can buy the proving helm. Right. Oh, okay. That's cool. Right, so I'm hoping. Hehe. Yes. Yes. Right, so that. What would she like? Oh.
Interesting.
Unexpected. Thank you.
Hello. The boy's a bit simple, but he's right. Are you sure I can't interest you in this hat? I'm sure.
So you can buy this is like a DLC. You can buy like gifts to give to people.
Is that for me?
To sort of make them more
Oh, how dear.
nice to you.
A fine gift.
A
You like my
fine
hat?
gift.
Interesting. Interesting.
And it increases their abilities basically. The more they like you.
Something on your mind? You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I should have handled it better. Any of us could die on battle. I shouldn't have lost it. Not when so. I'd like to have a. I suppose he did. It probably sounds.
You saved your life by sending you to the
I think
tower.
he came from high ever. Dwarves don't practice cremation, do they? How do you? I heard about that. Now that I think about it, their spirits return to the rock, strengthening the foundation. I said, thank you. It was good to talk about this with him.
Okay.
Something I can help with? Yes? What? I knew this would...
I'm just gonna fly through these. It's just
And
literally.
the darkness drew me. It was as though the Maker
Um,
stretched out his hand to say, there are so many good
Making
things
them
in the
like
Maker's
you
world.
more.
How can I sit by while the Black devours everything? I know what the Chantry says about the Maker, and what should I believe? I know what...
Okay.
You? That is unexpected. You're welcome.
That's basically all the conversation you ever get out of Sten until you want you to do his job. Hello, Morrigan.
I await your command. A world full of people and built. I snuck up behind her and to teach me a lesson. Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground. And a foolish one. Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been. Do I not? I await your command. We are in camp, so why? Do you wish me to leave? I await your... So, full of questions. Well, that depends. Does it... Tell me. How much do you know? I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself. As the tale is sung, that Lord Conobar approached young...
Blah, 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 blah. Flemeth is super old.
Slain. Now, the legend
Come on.
of the great... Flemeth was only attached to the legend, but on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of... which... I await your... So, full of... When a child is alone and separate from his tribe. Oh, that... Why do you ask? Is there something specific? I gain nothing. Anyone, if you had a notion to learn such a skill for yourself... No? Some of the zealots of the Chantry would uproot all... I am surprised you think so. You look... But my life is as a human. They do not shy away from... As to what they think, I truly can. Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
Maybe tied to a flagpole and tickled.
But enough of such... It is cold in my tent, all alone.
She didn't take much.
So you shall come to my tent? But whatever shall we do in that tiny little space together while we wait for it to warm? Good. Then let us waste no more time with foolish talk.
Very forward of her. Fair play. What can I say? Dwarf boy's the player. Looks like I'm romancing Morgan again.
I see the stories they tell of Grey Warden endurance are not exaggerated. Not at all. The unanswered question, of course, is whether I enjoy the thought that 'tis a little of both. Natural, that is it. And should you decide not to continue our misadventure, then so be it. Very simple, is it not?
Yeah, it's not for the faint-hearted. Alright, let's go. Right, who do I take with me then? It's obviously me. I think I'll take Morrigan, because fuck Lyanna. And I'll take Lyanna. I don't want Alistair to be pissed at me, but I don't mind if Liliana is.
Blast and damnation. Blast and damnation.
Yes.
Indeed.
I don't understand.
I shall do it.
Is this broken? I can't remember which one leads to Orzammar. Shit. Frostback mounted. We'll do Orzammar first because I want to go and kick the shit out of my brother who betrayed me. Liam, are you there? Let me just check the chat, see if he's there. He says he's still there. Ah, there you are. Had a bit more information on that thingy game. Hunt Showdown. Remember we were talking about it? FPS bought it. What the fuck? FPS bought it, and he said it seems like you can either do it purely offline co-op. I died. What the fuck? What happened? It's not like level based at all. You can go wherever you want, as far as I was aware. Anyway, he said you can either do it offline completely, which is PvE, or you can do online, online PvP, PvE, basically. So it might be still worth a look at for co-op. If you fancy it still. It's on sale on the Xbox store now. For like 5 quid, 7 quid. It's like 70% off. What the fuck happened there then? Jesus. So much damage.
Look at all these people walking their way. It's almost like a little
Surface soaps, half price.
I'm taking my caravan. I go where the
Like, I know obviously you're understandably hot and heavy for Elden Ring at the minute, but it might be
Truly, it's a courtesy for what. It's not. Maybe it'll change by the time my children are grown. My grandfather says I've lost my stones.
you know, maybe for the future might be worth looking at buying.
We'll be lucky if they don't burn down the entire country fighting over the throne.
Can I interest you in something? I've got the...
Ooh. Oh, that looks so cool as well. Why didn't you let me buy it? Might be worth getting that. Yeah. Right. There's no point buying armor for me. My commander's plate. Ooh. Remind me to come back here when I get Alistair up to 57. Okay.
King Logain will not...
Vieta, this land is held in trust for the sovereign dwarven king.
King Logain demands the allegiance of the Desher, or lords, or whatever you call them.
I don't care if you're the king's wiper. Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled. Any dwarf who chooses to walk... Wait, look at me. You're the exile. This begin...
Kinslayer? Oh, you're not getting in.
Your conviction and guilt were entered into assembly records. I suggest you leave and not compound...
Losing 2 sons, one to...
The assembly has gone through a dozen votes without agreeing on a successor. If it is not settled...
The Wardens killed King...
Well, that is the royal seal. That means only the...
What? He's a traitor. In the name of King Logain, I demand that you execute this... You
are free to enter Orzammar, Grey Warden.
though I don't know what help you will find.
Okay.
A trust follow, Warden. Your arrival is a mixed blessing. You'll have chaos rule your house.
Now that's a thing of beauty, daughter. If you were carved like Blanca,
Get some XP, so looking at all these.
Stop looking at me, mongrel. I have nothing you want.
Stop being mean to the dog.
It is the Assembly who makes a king, and a king who nominates his successor. None of it is carried in the blood.
Or, as now, when someone tries using the Assembly to pull a coup. Who's to say what my father said in his final hours, when the usurper Harrowmont was the only one by his side?
I'll have you thrown in prison.
You've bitten off more than you can chew.
Handlers, separate these dashers in the Diamond Quarter. I will not have Balin incite a riot.
Not speak that way about the man who should be king!
Wow, dick move. I'm just standing there like, what? What the fuck just happened?
Exile, you were not to show your face here again. I have enough crime to deal with. I shouldn't have to dump you back in the deep roads. That's right. You found pity. Surfacers and their cloud-addled heads. Fine, oh illustrious Grey Warden. What do you want? Surface problems. Well, we have no king to hear you. You could join the shouting at the bunch of Desher lords bickering over sand. Balin, Harrowmont. Is one so different? No paragons here. Yet.
So Balin went this way, didn't he? Nope, that's Fiegor's imports. Commoner.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? Oh, I actually was talking to your companions. Or are you from the surface too? Oh, wonderful. I've been trying forever to find someone who really knows the surface world. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle? I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with I want to know if they would accept me for study. That would be... Tell me...
She's so enthusiastic.
Oh.
Okay.
The social strata quickly makes itself...
My lord, you're back. They told me you were dead. I'm flat. Perhaps you also remember or the son we created, who now has his birthright stripped from him because you got yourself exiled.
Oh dear.
I can't work. No one wants to lie with a woman who's used up her fertility on some castless brat. How could you do this to us? You how can...
Quite easily.
Stay away from me.
Lord Harrowmont is the voice of tradition and stability. Lord Balin is the voice of...
Get out of the way, Butler.
I'm surprised to see you back, Exile. Lord Harrowmont asked me to find out why you're here. That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the Surface. He cannot afford to trust anyone of unproven loyalties. If you wish to show you have no loyalty, Balin is hosting a proving today. The Deshers take it very seriously. And unfortunately, Balin found some way to block. It would certainly make your loyalties... Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him in that way. Harrowmont would have no...
Suits me. To the proving. Where is the proving? Audemars Commons. Yeah, that way. Oh yeah, because that's I'm just doing this backwards.
2 years tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem. When's Rose coming back? Is she back now, or is she back tomorrow? Or... Oh, Tuesday. Oh, damn. She away for a long holiday. Nice, though. Yeah, no worries at all, man. I will speak to you on the morrow. I'll be up early anyway, because I got to go into uni tomorrow.
I'm wondering, Morgan, do you believe in the Maker? Certainly not. I've no primitive fear of the moon.
Peace. They lost my party ring.
Ah, the highlight of underground existence, I take it.
Look, I already told the Proving Master I withdrew. You have to keep harassing me? Nor I you, but it's pretty obvious who you're working for. Look, best of luck to you, but I really need to leave. I left the Proving on my own business, and I have no intention of this. Look, it's just, when I was younger, I had a thing with this Duke. Her family wanted her marrying up, so they matched her with a BMO. But we didn't exactly. I thought we were discreet, but she's married to a Desher's heir. He'd kill, so I have to slink out of here like some worthless brand for fear Balin will tell the whole city. Her husband would cast her aside, and I would be lucky to be allowed to die in a duel. There's no way to guarantee that. I appreciate the thought. You do that. Balin's fighter Miaja has the letters. If you make sure she never... but you need to find them quickly.
Right, okay. Some ominous music right there.
Allow me. I can do that for you.
Go away. I don't talk to admirers until after the fight.
Guards, remove this intruder. Guards, remove this intruder.
Guards, remove this intruder. Guards, remove this intruder. Yeah.
Just like you wanted. Something I can help with? Allow me. I could do that for you. It's done.
Nice. Right, we got the letters back. Some creepy ass fucking music, but not music, like a sound.
The Proving's almost starting. Where did you get those? I can't say what it means to know my Revelka is safe. I will be glad.
Nice. Right, now let's get the second guy. So you can fight on your own, but it makes it much easier to have other people in it.
You doing the fights? I don't remember seeing. I'd never speak ill of were I you. I'd follow my example. I'm Guidon, by the way. It's been a pleasure. I bet he did. That man thinks nothing. It's not so much what happened as what's going to. I heard Balin called this whole proving to let his lordship save face when he concedes. Oh? And where did you hear this? That's more reliable than a member... Well, that's not what I expected. I know Lord Haramont. Maybe you're right. If I find out this whole thing was some flunky of Balin's lying to me for his own gain, I'll... Maybe...
Cool. Right, let's go and batter some peeps. What is directly by here that's always so loud? On both sides. Strange.
My lord Idukan, we heard you were dead. What are you doing here? Then if you are looking to pay your... Would you like to take part? I guess I should have seen that. Let me just... Now, is there a particular name you wish listed? I'll just call you Are you ready to start?
Yeah.
That's what... Do you want to start?
Let's fight.
This is a glory proving. fought under the eyes of the paragons of Orzammar to honor the memory of King Endrin. First up is Sewern of the warrior caste. Many of you remember when Sewern made history as a lad of 12 by defeating his own father in this very ring. Today, he fights as a champion for Prince Balin. Opposing him in Lord Haramont's name is a member of the famed Grey Wardens.
In the name of House Iduka and our future King Balin.
First, warrior.
You're never going to win! Very well.
Come on. Yeah, he does 13 damage to me, where I do 44 damage to him. Every swing.
The winner is... That was an exciting start, Warden. Sewern is rarely trounced, and so thoroughly. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Of course I am.
Excellent. This is a glory. This round, Haramont's champion takes on the notorious duo. The warrior caste twin terrors now fighting for Prince Balin, Miaja and Lukejan.
Nathan.
You fall.
First, enemies approaching.
Come on. I can ignore the one to my left for a minute. Bonk. Ooh, a cheeky little crit. I can't level up while in combat. Annoying. I can level up now. Oh. How annoying. Yeah, so the second game's a lot faster in terms of the actual game itself. Like this one, you've got what? So you've got dwarves, elves, mages, people, plus fighting the dragon, plus fighting Meredith's mother, Morgan's mother. You got like 6-7 areas. This is the first of which.
Excellent. This is a glow. Haramont's champion has held the field so far. We'll find out as the Warden faces Lady Hanashan, who proves her worth to Paragon Ashtith the Grey by cutting out her own tongue. And first,
bonk.
Shall be done. As you say, I shall
do. Yeah. 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 I win. I win. I win. I win.
The winner, Paramount will be pleased. Are you ready for your next opponent? This is a glory. This round is paired combat. Just as Kiatchet fought, master of all weapons, prisoner of none. Wojek Ivo has never won the same way twice. What will he do today? Grey Warden, choose your second, for you face Wojek Ivo and Balan.
Trust
I got you now.
Yeah, see, in this part you can choose your own people, but it's better to choose warriors of whichever side you're fighting with. I knew I was going to choose Haramont because just from the role-playing aspect, your brother's a dick and tried to get you killed. Just so he can get the throne, because he was never going to be king otherwise. You're not going to be king now.
May the ancestors favor both our fights.
Yes.
The winner! Are you ready for your next step? This is the only 2 warriors remain. Fighting for his royal cousin Balin.
Yeah, no problem, no. Thanks for popping in either way. I really appreciate it.
Over every unit so far. Challenging him on behalf of Lord Haram, each will lead a full unit of 4 soldiers.
You should not have returned next time. Disgrace.
Last, more enemies ahead.
Shit. I wanted to choose those other 2 guys to help me, but never mind. My team will finish them off faster anyway. Nope, never mind, I just died. Well done, Ryan. I am Spooder.
The winner, congratulations! Do you deny? Then it is my honor to declare this Grey Warden champion of the Proving. The ancestors speak through.
Cool.
You showed him.
The ancestors are smiling on Lord Haramon today. Do not disturb him.
Wouldn't it be great if Balin fought Haramon approving the throne?
That would be quite cool. Okay, now we must go back and see. Have I got an injury? I can't hear.
So, you truly do not believe in any sort of higher power?
It has been bothering you, I see. No, I do not. Must I?
What do you believe happens to you after you die, then? Nothing?
I do not go to sit by the Maker's side of that.
That is to the fuck's sake. That's the deep roads. How do I get to the...
Greedy. What was I saying?
$148 gold. Holy shit. Can I use that sword yet? No. 32. So I need 2 more levels. The reason I'm only upgrading strength at the minute, I normally would do a bit of both, strength and constitution. But because the best armor in the game for dwarves is in this area, it's like towards the end of this this area's sort of quest line, and it means that I need 42 strength to be able to wear it. So that's like what? So 33, 4 more levels I need to go up to be able to. Yes.
What now? What now? Sorry. Allow me. I could do that for you.
No, you can't. You lie. Why do you lie, liar? Is he not here?
If you're looking for Lord Doolin Correndo, you'll find him at Tapsters.
Tapsters? Where the fuck is Tapsters? Guessing it's in the commons, where I've just left.
Stay away from me.
Can you believe it? Ogren's barely even warrior caste anymore, and he just clump.
Ogren's a drunken wretch. He comes up here too, gets quite violent about it. I'd be scared if they hadn't practically gelded him after he killed young Lord Mino. Well, it was a huge sin. Instead, they stripped him of all weapons and forbid him from engaging in fights within city limits. If he breaks the decree, he'll be exiled. It's been 2 years. The search teams who went out found nothing, but she still is. Well, before she was a paragon. It's been 2 years since the search teams who went out.
I did not expect to see you again.
I am afraid. Ogden's another quest party member. He's the person you can give the dwarven armor to. If you're not a dwarf, obviously. That's the thought. Slightly better. Hey, Dagna.
Ancestors. I can move aside. I don't have much to bring them. My name is Vilda, widow of Turakum. I only wish I knew whether I should be asking for his safe return or for the... It was 5 years ago. He was only... But he got separated. How? There is no way. Warden. Oh.
Okay. So I've got to look for someone's son.
Maker's blessing on you. Ah, I'm Brother Burkle of the Red Cliff.
Even in the very bout.
And that is
That's what she said.
Rejoice in, good sister. I'm petitioning to open a chantry in Orzammar. The Shaper it controls change. I need the Shaper of Memory's permission to open a prayer. Oh, please.
And the Shaper is upstairs, I believe, in the Diamond Quarter. Where is he? There he is.
They're everywhere.
Atrosvala, champion. I must thank you for bringing both Basil and Guidon back. There can no longer be any doubt. If you're ready, Lord Harrowmont.
Okay, cool. Hey, Harrowmont.
I must say, after your parting words, I did not expect to see you again. Whatever you... I am glad you found a new place among the Grey Wardens. He knew what a poor king Balin would make. One of his last requests was that I carry out his wishes as Orzamar's next king. It was the greatest honor of my life. For us, the Darkspawn, ultimately the Assembly decides what troops to send. If you want my support to count, I will have to be king. Have you heard of a woman named Jarvia and the criminal carter she runs? I'm glad you're so eager. If you help me shut her down. Jarvia hides her base in Dust Town. If you would help me in this, it would show the Assembly that I, and not Balin, have the ability to defend and rule this city. Do this, and I promise if I take the throne, look for Jarvia in Dust Town.
Okay. Oh, not a level up for me. Honestly, a constitution could do a bit of help. Bear form. Is that deafness a major injury then? Is that why the minor injury kit wouldn't let me get rid of it? Oh yeah, fuck, how do you use it?
Let us go.
Aha!
This is over.
There you go. So you gotta run all the way around. It's not armorous.
Welcome. I'm looking for a new set of mail. At Janar's, we have everything from leather to platinum. Has she been bothering? Magic's a human trick. I'm sorry she bothered you. Do you even dwarves? Please don't encourage Dagna further. Tell her you were wrong and that her place is with her family.
Right. Again, there's no reason to buy me any armor. No.
I'm guessing you haven't left yet. You talk. I don't care if I lose my caste. I'll stay on this. No. You're back? I'm guessing you haven't left yet. You talk to him? I don't care if I lose my caste. I'll stay on the surface forever.
Okay.
More enemies ahead! Fuck the warts!
Come on. Get him. The whole random fights is a lot more in 2. You just be walking over them again, fucking attacked. It's a pain in the ass, especially if you're going around the city in the night, because that's when it is a pain in the ass. I've killed one boss.
Why do the poor not rise up?
Like out in the wild, you sort of just accept it. But
Who are you? You don't look like any guardsman I ever saw. Oh, you looking... Could be I have that opportunity. Especially for someone with a few... Long as you keep...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get in your way. No! I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
I see the way they all look at me.
Your clothes are so fancy. Did you get them? My ma'am used to say they don't got no stone to protect them topside. Yes. When my dad left, he never...
Bless him.
Spare a coin? 2 bits? That... Spare a coin? What a...
No one, no one, don't look at me.
Have you... It's for my son. He's sick. What information... That's what I was. Before. I know. I'm sorry I don't know more. I haven't... My name is Erlinda. I wasn't... Now it's all gone. And it's my own fault. Ancestor... I fell in love. He seemed so exotic, you know? Tough and smart and never had to bow his head to anyone. He was casteless. And I think... No. I know he was just trying to father a higher caste child so he could petition for status. But our child was a son. Casteless like his father. My parents disowned me and stripped my caste from me. Unless I agree to abandon the child in the deep roads and pretend... You would do that? But why? Then I cannot offer enough gratitude. I do...
Okay, let's get a father and daughter reunited, shall we?
Hey there, stranger. 6 bits for a tumble. 2 silvers if you all want to go at once.
Jesus.
It's everywhere.
Allow me. I could do that for you. Allow me. I could do that for you. What's next?
I think it's behind a shop.
Well, look at that. It's not often old Nadezda sees a fine-dressed string. What are you looking for? Know her. Jarvia took over the Carta not more than a year ago, and already she's got every duster with both legs bearing swords for her. Won't be easy. She's got Carta members all carrying these fingerbone tokens. There's doors to her base all over the city, but only one is ever open at a time. And if you show up, can't help you there, Selrock. Now, how about that coin you promised? I'll think of...
Javia don't like no one asking questions, huh?
What are you looking for? We got nothing to buy for the likes of... Enough to know she don't fancy stranger. Her base goes everywhere in Orzammar. You cross her or even talk bad, your bones end up in the lava. Could be if 30 silver came my way, I might... Fine. Only Jarvia's men knew all the entrances to her base. But I tell you, like there's a secret door. There's one just across the way. Now you owe me 30 silver. What, you want to buy something?
What do you sell? Anything relatively handy? 650, still not good. Yeah, fuck it. Let's put that on the dog. Yeah. Junk. Junk. Okay. So there's only one more door we haven't tried, which I believe is that one. Nope, it's this one.
Well, look. Jarvia said, enemies approaching.
Here we go. This one. Oh. Need to increase my constitution. I can't until I get.
Don't kill me. Sunny ancestors. What do they teach you on the surface? Sweet bloody stone, look at them all. The base is below the city. Well, will you let me go now?
Okay, got my ring. My key. Not a ring. Suspicious door. Open the door. Let's go. We'll probably do this mission and then call it a night, because I think this part is not long, but long enough.
What's the password? Looks like we
Oh yeah. Like a pro.
We must not exhaust our supplies. Shall be done. As you say.
Come on. Gee. Oh, loud? What was that? Oh shit, it was a notification. Oh shit. Well, tomorrow is my year anniversary of streaming. 1 whole year.
I'll do that.
Which is madness.
I finished.
Very well. Shall be done.
need to seriously like increase my
Come and get it! Try not to look too incompetent. It's embarrassing. I shall.
No, I cannot.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
This is why you bring along a rogue.
We must not exhaust our supplies. Very well. Here's begun. As you say. Shall be done. I shall eat. Very well. As you say.
Come on.
Very well.
Hello. What's next?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get out of here. Don't know which door it is then. Bless me. Must be this one. This one looks completely different to the others.
As you say. Here's begun. Very well.
Come on.
Very well. Shall be done.
Always be looting, otherwise you're going to run out of potions and stuff. It's got to be this way. It's the only way that's led to an extra place.
Trap right ahead.
Guess we'll carry on with it, aren't I? Oh, it's not a second trap. Okay. $120, $160, $140, $160. Okay. So annoying I haven't got a level yet. How close am I to a level? Quite close to another level. Yeah. There's he on. Yawning for the ages, eh?
Danger approaching.
As you say. Begun. Shall be done. I shall do it. As you say. It is begun. Very well. It is begun.
Make a preserver.
As you say.
Damn. He got decaffeinated. I just pick up a grey axe? No. No, we miss me. Sit down, okay.
Very well. As you say. Very well. Shall be done. As we got. As you say. We got. Very well. Shall be done.
Enough!
We got. Very well. As you say.
Okay. We're definitely getting closer.
I shall do it.
Finding all the stuff to sell though. I think I may have to swap the dog, Alistair.
Let's make this quick!
Look at him, fucking elven this now.
Allow me. I could do that for you. Yes? Just like you wanted. Something I can help
No, get out of the way.
Shall be
done. I'm just stuck on the floor. Fucking hell, they don't give me a chance there.
What now?
Yes. Okay. Bonus damage, physical resistance, and mental resistance. Okay. Yes. Assign that to B. How have I got so many injuries?
We have much to do and little enough time to do it.
Okay.
So, So, Harrowmont finally realized we're taking the city, yet he still can't be bothered. Well, you picked the wrong side, stranger. It doesn't matter who's king, as long as there's a you'll pay for their deaths 100. Kill them, but leave the mouthy one alive.
Hit by our own trap. Should take that.
I'm going to wear your pretty teeth around my wrist.
See you later, job, yeah. Fucking traps. Again?
As you say.
Right.
Dwarf, right ahead.
Sorry, bit of an itch here. Right, let's quickly check out what I just found so I can go away. Dwarven Hill, is anyone? Yeah, that'll do, fuck it. Granary sword. What about you? Okay, useless, useless, useless. Useless. Okay.
Just like you wanted.
Cool.
God, but you made a hole in my wall. It does? Oh, sod it. We're dead. Oh, just leave me alone.
I thought it was in this shop, but it's on the way out, not on the way in. Right, let's go and tell Harrowmont what we've been up to, and then we'll call it there, I think. Made a decent push through this area. Get rid of the dog, put Alistair.
Yes.
Alistair. Right, so what do I need to be? 8.4. Wow, really? Okay. I'll do, I guess. Surprisingly, I haven't found any anything better than what he already has. Surprised about that.
I heard the news. Job would that some... I have no desire to go back on my wood. He is forcing a vote in the next 2 days. To help with your troops. Do you know anything of the Paragon Branca? Branca is a paragon. The only one we have been blessed with in 4 generations. 2 years ago, she took her entire house into the... Were she to return and endorse someone for the throne, the Assembly would be honor-bound to accept her will. Her entire house went with her. If not, bringing proof of her death, or a body to return to the stone would still show that as an ancestor, it was my hand she guided to her remains. It's hard to say what she would do. She never seemed to like being a paragon. She was the Bronca-hated darkspawn. Mine...
Okay, cool. Combat training. Right, give her a heal. Right, we'll go and we gotta go to the deep roads anyway. So what I'll do is I'll go to the commons, buy everything, sell everything, wait by the and then call it a day then, because that way I'm right there when I need to be. You sell things? No. If he goes imports, oh, you'll sell stuff. Oh no. Or not, apparently, because he's not here. That's annoying. Is anyone just... Oh yeah, John's armors. Hey, buddy.
You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop? Of course.
Right, sell all junk. Sell, 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 sell. 11, 20. Sell. Sell. Right. My God, that looks awful.
You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop?
I'll keep those armor pieces because as soon as I get rid of my armor, I'll have a full set then. Right. I should really start saving the game more manually, because otherwise one fucked up quest can ruin my game. Okay, cool. So we'll call it there for the night. Happy anniversary to me for the first year of my streaming. Seeing as it's now past midnight. Thank you for the follow, Loading Personality. There's only one person online that we can raid, so don't want to go there because I
Be gone, fuck!
Don't want to ruin anything for thing. Right, we'll go and raid him. Copy. Oh, come on. Okay, so I've started the raid up. Someone new, King Skeletor. Don't know how good he is, but we're going to go and raid him. He's playing Dragon Age Origins also. So, first and foremost, thank you again, just in case you didn't hear me, Load Personality for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who came in and said hello or just had a chill. I was thinking of doing something special for the anniversary in tomorrow's stream, but I'll probably just carry on with Far Cry. And then we'll do something majorly special for my year as an affiliate, which is in a couple of months. Well, a month or so. I can't remember how long it took me. Anyway, quick little reminder. Tomorrow, Far Cry 4, most likely. Wednesday, we've got co-op night with some Assassin's Creed 2 at the end. So for 2 hours, we're playing co-op. For 2 hours, we're doing Assassin's Creed. Co-op's probably going to be Forza again. Friday, we're finishing off. Well, I say finishing off. We're carrying on with Resident Evil Village. Whether I finish it or not is another matter. If we do, God knows what I'm going to play. Don't know what horror game is coming next. And then Sunday, we'll be back to this. Okay? So, with that being said, the raid is about to start, guys. So as always, I'm going to love you all. I'm going to leave you all. Peace.